Name a more iconic rivalry. Me and time. I'm waiting. Alright. Hello, controller. Would you kindly stop flying across the room and track normally? Okay, fine, and you're gonna get cuddled with. Would be more interesting if you could actually see what I just did, but I'm just gonna say I pushed the controller into the top of my t-shirt and cut the tracking, and pulling it back out fixes the tracking problems. And yeah, I was aware of your metrics, in case you're still here. You sending the message of Spinella before even the stream started this time around. You sneaky bugger. I saw that. But I was too busy sorting some stuff out that I ended up delaying the stream, I think, twice? Something like that. I've delayed it now so much and then ran still late that I'm not having any practice session at all. Practice gets skipped. We go straight to race. Skip practice, don't pick up to 200. Right. Mouse. Multiplayer. The correct car. Then SRXP. Luckily, there still remains the massive advantage in ACC to have a 4-letter acronym. It is insanely funny, due to the fact that you can't search with less than 3 letters in the server browser. Yeah, we have progressed into qualifying. It'll be interesting to figure out what setup these guys are gonna run for qualifying in terms of how they're gonna split quality. It's half an hour. Maybe they're just gonna go open. I'm gonna see in a second. Or if I need to immediately drive out. Yeah, it seems to be immediately drive out. Yeah. Thank you, Michael Squidfoil. Just as I joined, you answer my fucking question by answering someone else's question. Genius for me. So, do we want to try the old Watkins Glen setup, or do I want to go immediately? Oh yeah, this actually runs off rear anti-roll too. Let's immediately take that out. That's just suicide on this version of ACC. I feel like temperatures. Yeah, they're pretty high, but this setup was made for quite some high temperatures, so that should be fine. Let's just see what we're gonna do. What are you guys doing here, waiting on the pit exit when your quali session won't start for the next freaking... How long? 12 minutes. 12 minutes till they can drive out, and they're waiting already. Like, what's wrong with them? Well, it's not foreign to this car when the tires aren't fully up to pressure yet. I was sure I gonna boop the wall, but that was as close as you can get without hitting the wall. That is insane. I forgot what lap times wise I was doing around the circuit with the Maserati before. I'll find out soon, that's for sure. Well, tires are not up to pressure yet. The wheels are in the official pressure range now. But I feel like with the new system, it's more like every tire will go towards 27, irrelevant of what you really do. It just tendencies towards 27.0, irrelevant of what really you do with it, and pressure-wise. This is an interesting aspect of it. But so far this handles decently well. I feel like the Porsche in front of me is actually escaping from me, which is not a good sign. I said the new tire rigs, the Cayman might come very much alive. Could have also tried the... It's probably all the GT3s waiting in the pit lane are causing the yellow flag off the final corner. Fourth. I think that lap time is pretty decent, honestly. I don't know, maybe I need to go a second faster for my true Maserati times. But I thought they maybe high 15.5s, or was it low 54s? Or was it high 54s that was about as fast as you can go with this car? Like, this looks totally fine lap time wise, and there seems to still be a bit on the up for grabs. Obviously the main question... Oh yeah, actually I'm running... Oh, I'm sandbagging badly! I've just realized. I'm running race fuel. Oops. I'm sandbagging on everyone. My bad. I just realized, like, I'm running 95 liters in the fuel tank. Yeah, tires are starting to get a bit warm. Not good. Also, the rears are starting to exit their pressure range. Also middling. Fronts are starting to come up. Technically I would need to run lower tire pressures. But I could also try as running. Oh, brake ducts are more open probably. Although, the front brakes already get a bit coldish. Approaching turn 1, so... I mean, I'm a bit down now, it's more like 8/10s right now on the fastest guy. We do have some pretty decently fast guys. So what I'm seeing is that the tire edge at times doesn't get up to 10. Huh. Well, I'm just gonna use this as a practice session. And feeds what these tires have in terms of life left on them. In terms of setup adjustments that I need to take. I mean, we're starting to drop off already, which is really not usual. The first flyer was the fastest lap, which is really not usual for GT4. Well, it is decent. This car, compared to every single other car that I've driven on this circuit, doesn't do the oversteer into that corner. Even the boat did it. This car doesn't. Probably locks the front wheel, and that's why, but... you know, I'll take that. You take your small W's, where you can find them. Ah! God damn it. One corner that I need more practice in, it throws the car off. I don't know why we have a yellow flag in Sector 3 when there's... it should be only Sector 1 that really can trigger one. Yeah, I have a feeling maybe I need asymmetric camber on the... I feel this update might really drive you towards running asymmetric camber and stuff like that. Because I can definitely see the front tires. I can definitely think of opening the rear brake duct a bit. Because the front brakes are getting cold a bit down the straightaways, but the rear brakes keep the temperature, and that's probably what's keeping the brake discs warm. So that's an adjustment that we can already make. I mean, I would like some more time. I don't think half a second is in there. I mean, the real test is gonna be the race anyway. How the tires hold up. Because if they don't, it's just game over for this car. When the pace isn't the world class right now, there's some people going faster than me, but like... what else is a surprise? There's some aliens turning up to an event and beating me. What else is new? Water's wet. Can't have shit in Detroit anyway, so it's like... I would like something, but like... the tires are really starting to drop off already. In the middle of a qualifying session. We've done like 10 minutes of driving. And you're done. That's nuts. That's just absolutely crazy stuff. And there's no crazy sliding or nothing, this is just... car completely under control. There's no over-rotation, there's nothing. It's just it driving precisely within the means of the car. Honestly, driving probably more carefully than I have in the past. Even. That's a bit of a lock, but like... what's happened? Well, it's cost quite a bit of time. But I think in qualifying you did need to reset relatively quickly. And fast.
Yellow flag in sector 1. Cut detected.
Yeah, and water's wet.
Yellow flag, be careful.
That's more like it, although I feel like my pace just wasn't there either in that corner. But I mean, 8 cents already off the pace.
Time in sector 3.
Again, this is 10 minutes on the tire set. And it does that. It just fucking dies. And this is what frustrates me to no end with 1.9. It's just these tires do not last. Like, make the physics more fun, but like you have to drive it in the most unfun way possible to make the tires last the distance. What is that shit? Or you need to drive specific cars because every other car kills the tires. Like previously you could get away with driving a car that doesn't have the best tire wear. Now it's fucking mandatory. Yeah, the rear tires are already dead. Which is insane. It's completely and utterly insane. I can feel rear degradation after 10 minutes. Again, the most sliding I've been doing all day is now, because the tires are dead. Not before the tires died. It's completely beyond me what they did to the tires. In a way that's nice. In a way that's nice, but like they're not, no tire wear matters at all. Jesus. It's just dropping off a fucking cliff at this point.
Slow car ahead.
Okay, pull over. Get stopped. Actually, I must have touched the wall there because I did have some damage. It's in an Aston, the fastest. Not too surprising, but he's a full second faster at this point. He just kept getting faster, while my car just kept getting slower at that point. Light graining only in the rear. No, only in quotation marks, but like... Really? Only? There's actually a lack of camber on the rear left. Okay, that's interesting. Lack of camber front left as well. And slightly definitely over camber on the front right. And rear right is more or less fine. It's slightly, but like it's nothing severely over cambered. I'm gonna take one click out of there. And front right, that's gonna get a few more clicks out. Rear right doesn't notice that has a bit. So I'm gonna up the camber there. Front left, we are already at maximum camber, but we can up the caster. Although not really much. It's about as much as you can up the caster on the front left. So maybe just... no, we can deal with a good amount of rust here, so... Didn't mess too much with it. Right, we wanted to lower the... increase the rear brake ducts to give a bit more cooling to the brake discs. Click of brake bias towards the front. Otherwise, I think this is really fine. There's no real reason against it. Right. I have one mandatory pit stop. It's gonna be for fuel only, so I'm gonna just set that to 1 liter. I think I don't need 90 liters for a race. Do I? Maybe? I don't think I quite need that, but like let's just... Okay, take 90 and then take a liter and then pit stop. I think it's not fixed time refueling. I have to double check briefly. Event configuration. Here. No, fixed time refueling is off. Refueling is allowed in 94 tire sets, okay. Sure, fine. Pit stop window length, no. Pit stop count 1. Mandatory refueling, yes. So we need to refuel, but we... Actually, it's gonna be a bit colder and qualifying right now because we're Race starts 1800, but it's only a 1x acceleration, so we won't see. It shouldn't be that much colder, honestly. Should be fine at that point. Repost the meme. Copy image. Put over here. Paste the meme. Four signs that you're bisexual. Number 5. You like men and women. And then the creator's like, that's not relevant. Just TikTok being TikTok. Oh, Bloom is actually behind me, so. So Bloom did pick the Maserati and he's still slower than me. Where am I actually bleeding the time? Sector 1 I'm 4 tenths down, 3 tenths down roughly. Middle sector 4 tenths, final sector 4 tenths. That is not good. Yeah, my first lap fastest was just not great. It's a panic in front of me with his Porsche, but that's even less surprised. Mungian, I think. Silly being up there is really surprising. That Alpine going very fast all of a sudden. Challenging Beton, who is a very fast driver but hasn't driven an SRXP before, so that's an interesting combination. Right, I guess a Ferrari is on top. Yep, there's a Ferrari on top. Those cars seem downright overpowered at this point. See, doesn't like actually. Luke is probably not streaming this race, but like, I think he signed up for something that looked downright like a scam in terms of the event page. We've looked at it, it's like, yeah, this is weird to say the least. Fine, he's just using it for some experience, you could say. I knew some people not link their fucking Twitch accounts and stuff in their Discord. I can understand not linking Steam because it's scammers contact you and you just like while you you may not fall for the scams, they are just fucking annoying. But like not linking your other stuff. Although I don't think, because probably his computer would self-destruct if you would stream ACC. Fair enough, I suppose. Could Boxcube stop just spam pinging everything? It's just like starting to get annoying downright. Woo! The moment I tapped back into the game and I just wanted to... On the other hand, Bullwinkle is trying to prevent... there is a Ferrari on pole. He's trying his best. He's actually currently succeeding at it with his Lambo. However, Bullwinkle's only really good for preventing people from going on pole. In terms of preventing people from winning, he's not particularly that good. As, well, he should probably drive a Ferrari, honestly, like, it fits him better. Kind of like Greg struggling to just finish a race. Man, this is like nothing between those two. 0.05. They actually don't have, like, Hallas as the Bullwinkle just put a faster sector. Yeah, Bullwinkle just extended. But previously, how were they matched? Well, Bullwinkle had the previous fastest lap. Like he improved. Bullwinkle mainly improved in the first sector, but he improved actually all over the lap. Apparently, the Ferrari is also the oversteer problem in that corner. The Hallas was slower than Bullwinkle in the first sector. 34.2, however, in the middle sector, and a 40.8 in the final. Bullwinkle, on the other hand, had also a 40.8 in the final sector, a 34.4 in the middle. So he gained like a tenth in the first sector, was like 2 tenths slower in the middle sector. He still is. He only improved very little in the middle sector. So the Ferrari is very fast in the middle sector, it seems, but the first sector is not its strength. In the final sector, Hallas has proven also to be capable of going quicker than Bullwinkle so far. Hallas' time was actually faster in the last sector. Although this lap was even before he had the slide, the ride-off, because he had already a 30.1 in the first sector. And before that he was lapping 29.7s in the first sector, so... yeah, it was already a bit of a ride off that lap. It was very interesting between these two. What just happened there? Okay, fine. People being incapable of driving a straight line is new to me. Also, we have somebody who's heavily sandbagging. There's Dan. Entered as a GT3 2, so the AM class, but on the sign-up form it was GT3 1 and GT3 2. And he entered as GT3 2 and is half a second off pole position. Yeah, he's in 4th as an AM driver. What the fuck? Like, there's a few people probably that should switch over to Pro, like Cons as well in 12th. Maybe Martin. At this point, starting at like Loeb and Gwani. People in the Pro class more like should be considering switching to the AM side. It's like these fellows back here. It starts considering. The frustrating part is like short for somebody who I raced last week. Here at the back of the GT3 field with the Porsche right now. I was actually qualifying time 44.7. How fast did I get with the... I think 992 I got down to a 45.1 or something? Something along those lines. But that was in colder conditions, definitely significantly colder conditions. So, I don't know. I mean, my boat I got to qualifying I think was a 46 still, but like in the race I got down to like high 45s. Where does high 45s place me? High 45s would be just inside of top 15. That's okay, I would say, but It's actually very tight group there between like P8 well, P8 is that's moving right now. P10 with like a 45.7, and then it goes down to like when does it end really? Boo. Like P29 is 1 second. P10 to P29 is 1 second. It's just there's people with literally matching times like Gavoni and Squidfield with the same freaking time. They both have 46.3. This is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that's yeah, I mean, it's gonna get interesting just to get. Okay, Capello. Well, that's already Capello. Where is Capello actually in the standing? Oh, here, Capello at 16th. That's fine. Look, he's totally fine having entered the pro class, I would say. And asks how the split side handles. Like, well, you raced them, duh. And rather more to new chatting and qualifying. It's like you didn't care while the GT4s were driving, whatever. I had a respectful question. We have to seriously wait nearly the entire max wait time on, because McDonald hasn't finished his lap yet. I mean, it's a bit reassuring when Krejci is like a second off the pace. And again, it's not reassuring because like, it's fucking Krejci being a second off. How bad is this that even he can't keep up? That's something. Yeah, the temperatures have gone down actually. Right. Actually, don't need to track temp. I think the air temp has not gone down much. Air temp has not really gone down much. Slightly up the front pressures, I think, because they were a bit lower than the. Oh yes. We should see perhaps the temperatures go down slightly, but like. The rear should be fine because we opened the brake lights in the rear, and that should cool the tires down to get them back into this pressure range. And I don't want to lower the pressures just to avoid getting them, killing them due to overheating the tires. Try down. I don't know what's happening. Right, okay. Alright then. That's ping was we should check global. Right time.
Stay single file.
Oh, he answered. Yeah, he's still driving with controller. So I wasn't even wrong with that. I know that livery. I think someone else was driving this, or is my memory broken before? But I definitely know that McLaren livery. Morning. Oh well, that's moving a bit. Yeah, I need to do this a bit more proper. Organize these things. But yeah, I'm racing. Giving the Maserati not quite the last chance because I'm stuck with the car for the Monday series with RCI. Definitely gonna be driving it a bit more there. But on its best circuits, Panic, do you know what the throttle pedal is? I guess you don't want to go into formation. It's just very messy to deal with. Because I don't necessarily want to overtake people. I don't have forever actually to catch up to the field. I'll have to pass through Blumen. Actually, I didn't need to. What the hell is wrong with you? Like, we just about made it in time for the formation because you couldn't follow the fucking formation. What is wrong with you today? How far back we started here, but I think it's completely normal because we...
Clear on the left. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Got some light damage in the front of the car.
I did get stopped, but the problem was that everyone else didn't.
There's a slow car ahead. Yellow flag ahead. Watch out. Clear on the left. Got some severe damage in the front of the car.
Whoa! Ah!
Yellow flag is sector 1.
Yeah, this car's a write-off. God, yeah, I have a meatball even. This is how bad it is.
Box, we have to repair the car.
So no restart by... It's just said Nielsen. I mean, if they're not gonna restart, this is gonna be a fucking shit show, frankly. Yeah, Nielsen saying restart or buy, it's fair, honestly. Like, what the fuck was this? The GT4s did a bit screw because we charged very heavily into turn 1, frankly. But it was clearly the GT3's fault for just not getting up the fucking hill. I had no fucking chance there. We're going to see. Anyway, come in. Till these guys get this. Finally. Finally, we get the restart. They took their time this time around. The fucking field was stayed shall. Just because you were driving GT3, isn't it? You sound cranky today. I don't feel like I sound any more cranky than usual. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I think the last few weeks I've sounded very cranky. I think that's been the case. So yeah, I think I've sounded relatively annoyed the most recent weeks, because I've not been particularly happy about 1.9. And even before I wasn't quite particularly happy. I mean, I would probably be slightly less depressed if I was, like, you know, leading GT4. But it's starting to wear on me, getting the shit kicked out of by everyone. It's just... Okay.
30 seconds.
Yeah. I don't know, it's just I feel very dead inside recently, I don't know why. I mean, kind of, but like, also not. Feeling more frustrated than usual, and it's just...
Stay single file.
Perhaps some realization or something. Don't know. Whatever, let's see what this car can actually still do. If we can actually make the tires last the hour. Affected his lap times. Man, I feel that I've not been in tears because I just get angry. Which I feel like is kind of worse. Because nobody sympathizes with someone who's angry. you just look like an asshole, frankly, and that. When you cry is like... They might view you as a bit of pathetic, but there's a slight bit of sympathy maybe in there. And yeah, with how hyper competitive ACC is, it's like messing people's lap times up can quite significantly affect them. Especially when you go down a bit and everybody for some reason gets faster. Which I feel has happened here. Like, I genuinely feel like most people have improved, if not stayed stationary, while I just struggle to keep up at all. And it's like you show up and it seems everybody else has figured everything out, and you're just clueless about everything, and that's can be very frustrating. I totally get that. I live with that feeling of it. 250, that's oh, Jesus. Field tightened, I think. I don't know. I feel like the aliens in the front have just continued escaping. I don't know where you're racing, because my LFM races have been carnage, but like... like, I've seen so many accidents, but I think that was just typical of LFM before. I don't think this is new, I think this is just normal. I'm just not used to it, frankly.
Stay double file.
Which is saying something that I'm not used to it. Well, I'm kind of used to dealing with people not driving. But it also doesn't quite surprise me that you're more suited to these physics, because These cars are a lot. The GT3s especially, they don't send you to low Earth orbit anymore. They actually drive reasonably finally. When you go sideways, you don't just freaking die. When you're on a controller, you just have that extra wiggle room now suddenly to get away with things. Even if you don't have the fine detail controls or the feel, you just can get away with things. Also, if you stay on like short races, it's a lot easier, I feel like. Because as I said, the issues with the tires dying is like, if you stay under like 20 minutes or half an hour, under 20 minutes you shouldn't have any issue, under half an hour it should be fine. But over half an hour, I think you're starting to encounter problems, or at least I have. Oh, the freaking GT4 field is still too stupid to just... Let me just rally cross here a bit. Oh god, oh god. Are we clear behind?
Slow car ahead.
Jesus Christ, these people, like, they just can't drive at all. Oh god, what are you doing? Please! Please, I know you're...
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Okay, you're backing out. Yeah, I need to try the Ferrari, honestly. The Porsche is also really nice to drive. The Porsche is honestly pretty nice as well, but it's just... I've driven it on this circuit specifically in the LFM 45-minute series, and it's like... The rear tires just decide to quit halfway through. You do have to do a mandatory fuel stop in the middle. And it has to be fixed time refueling, so you will spend 25 seconds on refueling, so tires is only 5 seconds extra. So I take, I've done once without tires and it was a horrible experience with the McLaren. So I've tried most cars now with the tire stop, so I don't screw myself completely over. But the Porsche was packing up the tires at the end of both stints, which is not a good sign. Synchronized drifting there. But otherwise it was a very... Whoa, 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 my friends. This car's not that hard to drive. At least not this circuit. Doing 12 hours of Bathurst. In a new Porsche. Otherwise, that thing is absolutely great, because like you can load up this. I haven't tried with like a lot of different fuel settings, but like for the LFM race, I started the race with like 50 liters and ended up qualifying with 20, and the car drove the exact same on the stock setup. I drove it completely aggressive stock, and it drove. And it just worked, and it's glorious in that sense. I know if the Trackalicious hosts a 6-hour endurance championship, like 6-hour endurance races, but there's only 4 tire sets. I don't know if they're gonna have to change that setting, because... Okay, hello for... car. Because those tires, man, I do not see. On the new cars, I feel like the olds don't work still. The olds are downright death traps on a lot of cars now. A lot of cars, the old aggressive presets are downright death traps. Okay, car, please, would you kindly make the corner? But in new cars, you can definitely... They are perfectly tuned in. But the old cars lack proper updates on the setups to make them work well. You can trim them in, but then you encounter the problems that I've been encountering, which is just tire dead. What did I do? A 57? That's slow. And that's the thing that I think I said that to you in DMs, but like the tire pressures, I'm gonna repeat it again, but like the tire pressures don't seem to matter anymore. Jesus, that Ferrari driver. But the tire pressures seem to just not matter anymore. You can basically set them to whatever you want, and because the tire pressure range is A, so large, and B, I feel like they always just go towards 27, whatever you do. It's like it will just go towards 27. You can run more or less pressure, but you're gonna end up at the same pressures effectively at the end of the day. You might end up with different temperatures, but that doesn't matter too much. Those seem to matter a bit, but like, especially for the longevity of the tire, I think that matters, but like, but otherwise it doesn't. So Panic is closing up very fast right now on me. I don't know where all of the GT4 field is considered. I stopped for a while in turn 1. Oh, come on, car, please stop trying to murder me for these corners here. Yeah, I mean, Aries did say that even when you get outside of the tire pressure range, it should have less of an effect if you don't run them ideally anymore. As I said, like this game is way more forgiving for single lap runs now. The problem that I repeatedly top my mouth dry over is long runs. The tires are too fragile to run long runs on them. Especially if you want to do anything like I mentioned, that 6-hour series with only 4 tire sets available. And I think those 4 tire sets include qualifying, I'm not quite sure. But yeah, do that. That's not gonna end well, because those tires just do not last. Do we have... Yeah, Betson is actually the leader right now. He's about 2.8 seconds in front and we're gaining. Unironically. How are we looking fuel-wise? Maybe a bit short? I don't know. Seems a bit strange to me. But we do know that after about 10 minutes the tires will pack up, so we'll probably get approaching the end of the tire life. And that section may be just a warning for it. I can definitely just not attack Maserati in front. But I'm expecting McLaren to not do particularly great on tires either. With my experience of this track specifically. I'm driving a McLaren around here, so that's gonna be also interesting. To see how he performs. Is losing a lot of ground right now. I find that very interesting because I would expect the Aston to perform relatively well in the race. But maybe he got a whack in the first corner, that's probably likely. Boo! Yeah, that's probably likely. Most of these guys got involved into something at turn 1. Oh, the Ferrari again. Please don't do something stupid. Not a mean boo. Yeah, I interpreted that way. Boo. And booed back at you. Boo. I had a few calculators still trying to figure out what our fuel consumption is gonna be. I mean, the more laps I do directly behind him, it's gonna do good for my tires. The slower I drive, the less load I put on the tires. Ah, I should have just broken normally. And not try to lift off because compensating against his late braking. Well, you have a good meal. I'm gonna see if I can dispose of this McLaren soon, so I can go after the race leader. He was very cautious there, did not want to chop me off. Although he now has obviously some slipstream and braking advantages and everything. So it's gonna get interesting. Ah! God damn it! Had to get a wiggle there. Oh, it's parked. He's wide there. Not as wide as I expected considering how much rallycross he did prior to braking. Well, actually, kind of into braking. Messed that up. Lost all my momentum because I had to lift. In the regular line he's pretty fast. Oh, come the fuck on, I actually lost like a 10 for a turn 1, so could you just go away? He ain't putting up much of a fight here.
Yellow flag in sector 3. Clear on the right.
coming by.
Car on the right.
I don't say yes twice to that.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
It's not a good slide that I'm sliding there on the entry. Maybe need specific brake pads for that one corner. That should give me a bit of a gap, although the Merc is coming up there and he's gonna dive me into turn 1. If I know.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Yeah, it's fine. Slide. I'm closing in quite quickly right now on the cars in front.
Yellow flag in sector 1. Yellow flag ahead. Watch out.
Oh, McLaren has not let loose from me actually. Ooh! What the fuck was that? Oh no! Come on! But how many cars are gonna come there? Why? I was in such a fucking good position. Why the fuck did that have to happen?
Behind you.
Where did that come from? Come on! No issues before, and then suddenly wheel spin to death. Ah! Now overheated rear tires.
Yellow flag ahead. Be careful. Clear on the left.
My dude, you squeezed me there.
Clear on the right.
I'm driving a freaking Maserati. I would like to make the corner. Give yourself more room and I can actually get the corner done.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
Great, awesome. I just fucking got ejected out of my position.
Yellow flag, be careful ahead.
And now we're in the middle of traffic. Well, absolutely helped me close in the gaps that I just lost. There's no chance of that doing that. I did so well and it just had to go south. It's like, I just cannot fucking have nice things in my life, can I? Once! Like, there just can't be a freaking silver lining ever. Like, hey, it would have been fine if the tires packed up halfway through the race and they got back at me. But that's fine. Would have been an acceptable outcome for this.
Fast car is approaching.
No, the oversteer just came out of nowhere and just became uncontrollable all of a sudden. Lap times are just plummeting now. I can't even keep up with these guys. Why?
Faster car is approaching.
Now my ear is beeping for no reason. Yeah, can't just like once in my life things go right.
Faster car coming up behind you. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Yellow flag in sector 1. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Jurgen, please commit!
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
For fuck's sakes, you dumb fuck. Commit when you pass me, okay? It's not rocket science. Ah, no, it's starting to do it.
Faster car behind you. Clear on the
Why can I just not have a nice race? Why? Tires are now falling off. They did take longer, but like... what's the point? Actually, I should probably consider pitting at that point. Yeah, I've dropped down to like 9.6 seconds to silly when I was 8 after spinning. God. Can we have nice things? Panic has done his pit stop early.
Faster car approaching. Watch out.
Probably at this point it's not really worth it to do the pit stop. So most of the traffic is already gone. No, you don't murder me! Stop!
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Can I get decent lap times again?
Yellow flag. Be careful. Faster
Oh,
car
it's
coming
Dan.
behind you.
Fastest AM driver. Suddenly facing the wrong way.
Car on the left. The faster car is approaching.
I'm losing already 2 tenths up the hill somehow. Maybe my fastest lap was in the slipstream with the McLaren probably. But then I lose another like half a second or so for the chicane here. It's like, wait, what? How? Fuck off, why are you oversteering there? I wouldn't need to gain like a second per lap to make really any impact in this race still. Although, I mean, these guys could take tires in the pit stop with like... What other jokes are you telling yourself? Everything is gonna be alright? Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna drive any faster for the corner, we're following me closer.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
If you pass me, could you kindly use the right foot? Thank you. You're a GT3 car and I'm faster for the corner than you. Sure, you might have squeezed on a tighter line than me, but like, come on still. Gap is actually too silly. Yeah, I'm not having a great day either.
Flagging sector 1.
Yeah, I'm not making any inroads whatsoever on him. And Silly is not that good of a driver, let's be real. He's mid. He's a midfielder. Usually getting absolutely trounced on by me in the past. Occasionally fast enough to show up in my rearview mirror, but not faster than me. So this is not adding up. And he's even fighting with like Hazletti, and he's just not losing time. I gotta love that when that happens. Whenever I have a fight, I lose it like half a fucking eternity. But everyone else doesn't lose time, doesn't lose anything.
Clear on the right.
Get everything for free.
Car coming up behind you.
God, I love it always. Cars, like, the rear end wants to, like, wander right now. Very bizarre feeling.
Clear on the left.
The rear end just has a complete mind of its own! Come on, make the fucking corner! Yeah, the rear end just wants to wander right now. It's going every direction, but, like, not the one that I wanted to. You know, I'm not running no camber, no toe on the rear or anything wonky like that. I'm running normal settings there. Everything is normal. Just tires on the rear are already dead. This shit has become so unrelenting in that aspect. Funny to drive like that. You can't make the corner.
There's a car exiting pit lane.
Yeah, it's the rear end is going wherever it wants. It's like a broken toe link on the back. That's how it feels to drive right now. That's bizarre handling characteristics there. The rear end is just, what the fuck are you doing, girl? It kind of actually reminds me of when I was driving with overinflated tires at Zandvoort, not Zandvoort, it was Solder actually, the other track with Sid. Driving with dry tires on with wet tires on a dry track because the rain was about to come. The rear tires started to wander there because they were overinflated, but they're definitely not. We're on 26.8 PSI, and when the slides happened, we were even lower. So what is happening with this physics engine is beyond me. Why tires just do whatever they want to, and the rear end just goes and just
Sit down to the car in front of sector 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I would like to push more if my car was not wandering around the freaking track
Keep pushing.
as it wants to. Which is what the fuck doing right now.
Flag in sector 2.
It's just wandering. Like, that is bizarre handling, and it's like... Like, it's fucking trying to spin me out in a straight line. That's like... the bizarrest part. Like, that it wants to spin you perhaps under braking is... vaguely understandable, but like... when driving high-speed corners, it just... You're not even bringing really any inputs in the rear, and it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna turn further out, bye. Like I'm running toe out or something, which I'm definitely not. I'm running decent amount of toe in on the rear. And Hazaletti has stabilized his lap times, that's fun. He's capping the Alpine. The Alpine is not struggling again. But the reality is I'm lapping the same lap times all the time, effectively, right now. Despite how my car does not want it to drive it. And the fun part is I'm gonna continue driving on this tire, and it seems all the others are, because no one has taken their pit stop here in the front yet. But I have a feeling right now that I might end up the fucking slowest GT4, because we're only 6 GT4s remaining. I think we started like 10. And Panic is about 30 seconds behind me. Well, I feel like I'm losing out here bad time. Like, what the fuck is this shit? That should not happen! Never! What the fuck is this? The car oversteers over the freaking hill! Kunos, you've broken the physics engine. This is not supposed to happen. I've not done anything that should cause these handling characteristics of this car. Yes, there's only 2 wing on this car, but like you need 2 corners of wing on this track. And if I add more, everybody else is just gonna drive past me, so this is pointless. But what the fuck is this? That's handling characteristic that I would see with this car on low rear tire pressures. But we were sitting at 26.5. That should work. Except if you guys messed up something. And I'm driving on different target pressures or some shit than you actually told us. And this would make sense, but like... the lap times are terrible, everything is terrible. Oh, come on, car, please stop trying to murder me at every other opportunity. Oh, this is so sketch. Yeah, one of them is in, that's for sure. Or GT3, I don't know. Haven't figured it out yet. Actually, I don't think any one of them was in. Must have been GT3. Holy shit, what are you doing, car? This is a fucking hill. Why are you wheel spinning here? Up the hill. Although it seems Silly might also be struggling on his tires now. Which is at least some satisfaction. Although he's the only one leading time right now. I'm pretty sure that's probably also tire issues. His car's probably starting to handle like dirt as well.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Yeah, it's just whenever there's like a freaking silver lining of like, hey, I can maybe close in, it's like, no. Your opponent will your pace will diminish even further and your opponent will stay stable. God, I hate this.
Faster car behind you.
Hello, Cal. Would you kindly just make it up the fucking hill? This is not a... Yeah, it wants to oversteer me through this right-hander. I'm getting oversteer. How? I have to countersteer through the right-hander here. What the hell is happening? Like, it's more stable in these corners here than everywhere else on the track. And this isn't fun because I have a bunch of GT3s who are really hungry behind me and I'm just struggling to get around the corners at this point.
Car on the right.
What the fuck is happening here?
Clear on the right. Got some light damage on the front of the car.
What is this guy standing on the...
Clear on the right.
Can I just drive at this point?
Faster car is approaching. Watch out.
How much damage did I take from this fucking bullshit? More than enough, I would say. Yeah, that's a spent fucking steering. Nah, I've had enough of this shit. Let's come back to the pits. Well, you've come back right in the right moment.
Car on the right.
When the race that couldn't get worse went worse. Gonna find out how bad these styles were. And yeah, I had the car oversteered once, spun me, dropped me back, and I've not been able to close the gap whatsoever since then. And then just that happened where some fucking idiot stood in the middle of the fucking road, parked his car. And I'm just struggling to get around this circuit right now. And that fucking dipshit decided to park there. Alright, we've had enough. Return to garage. I'm not gonna drive further, there's no point. The car is so damaged that I would not be able to compete with that anymore. Right. Moderate graining on the rear tires, there's some light flat spots front right. But yeah, there's actually more need for rear there's still too much camber on the rear right. And still a bit too much camber on the front right. Interesting. And rear left wants more camber. But like, it started to fucking driving up the hill. It had oversteer. I don't know at this point anymore. It's like, the car had actually decent pace in the first few laps. That's really nice. It's really great that we actually had fucking pace there. And it looked like this could be actually a good race. And then I get the spin, the pace started to diminish, and it just... I get fucked by some GT3 idiot who parked in the middle of the road. And we have the camber already maxed on the front left. There's no more camber you can put on the front left at this point. And it's still like wearing the front left a bit. What was it here again? Front left, it's fine. The rear right needed a bit more. I've upped the toe a bit. Just some general setting changes to make it maybe a bit more drivable whenever I drive in the future. God save me. Do you think you should take a small break from ACC? I mean, I wouldn't say I haven't driven unreasonably amounts recently. I'm thinking straight up of quitting it for good. That's the level of like how fed up I am with it. Like that's the level of fed up I am with it. I'm just like, yo, I could just straight up quit and call it a time. So, when is the next LFM race running, or should I just do something else? I mean, I haven't gone in The Sims. Well, I actually drove it yesterday. I don't drive that much. I don't drive outside of my stream, so it's like everything is kept within what's contained limits. Is the M2 series actually running at Catalonia on LFM? I've never driven the M2 yet. Although I know it's more oversteery than it was already oversteery, relatively oversteery before, and I've driven the M2 and RS2 before, and I didn't quite like it that much. But I guess I can give it a try, the car. Also, I can just you know, sign up right now and have another 8 minutes to sign out. So it goes live at 13. So yeah, Catalonia. Let's try the M2 at Catalonia, honestly. Yeah, it should probably handle. Where's Catalonia? Barcelona, okay. Not the writer, we want the M2, although I would probably want something else. And well, that was a guess. And number is just a placeholder right now. Just put a 2 in there. And just leave nationality on other. The cup doesn't even change the number plates anymore on the side. You just change the back plate, I guess. National. Oh, they removed the national badge. It just displays bronze as well when you select national. That's interesting. Don't remind me of the M2. Why? Did you not like it? I've bought the DLC only recently, so I haven't been able to try it before, really. That's interesting, because there's no blue actually that I've selected, so that blue is forced on the template. What layout can be actually decent? I do come with a few different layouts. Oh, this is nice. That looks like a nice layout. I think I'm gonna stay white though as the base color. I mean, this has some charm. I usually use, I think, pink. So I think this pink here. That looks nice as well. When you remember what happened, oh yeah, you collided with one. I see. You have the troll off of that still. Oh, click room looks like gross. No, I think I will put my pink in matte. Oh no, look, the black looks best in kept in gloss. I think the base color also gloss. Yeah, I'm spending more time on making the livery than actually figuring out if I want to drive the car. That's me in a nutshell. I do this. This is normal. I tell myself, at least. Okay, you can either have it on the right side, on both sides, on the top, and no auxiliary lights. I'm gonna do both sides, obviously, and then wheel rims. Let's put the secondary color there, I would say. Do a black border? No, that doesn't look good. That color, that's all good. I would say that's a fine car. Created a usable car for this. So now configure actually the fucking conditions. Wait, how long do I have? 4 minutes. I've spent like half the time that I can test the car with making decisions on delivery. Good up, Kingy. Actually, it probably doesn't frankly matter what conditions we drive in. Oh, I've set it to nighttime. I didn't think it's gonna be nighttime, but whatever. Aggressive presets? Oh, wait. Oh, you can't change the cast on this car. Interesting. Tire pressures come pretty low from stock. I'm gonna just drive it for now. Get a feel for the car. In case I need to very quickly sign out. I definitely need to adjust the seating position. Because this is strange to say the least. Normal headlights. There's no cockpit ambient lighting. Besides that the switches are lit. I mean, so far it's not particularly a hard car to drive. I really remember this not being a particularly fun car to drive in R Factor. I think you should for the most part stay out of second gear and just use third gear as a first gear. There's a lot of ABS that kicks in. Yeah, the in-game livery editor is already really good too. With like just a few clicks you can make something that looks quite nice. Quite unique. Yeah, but that's fine. I should probably do some changes on the setup. Should probably start adjusting the setup a bit. Yeah, the pressures are not there. At least for these conditions, they are not here. That's not it, Chief. 25 PSI, that's just not it. Let's swap that over to Delta. Oh god. Yeah, the brakes are not particularly good rides with this car. That's the thing, you do not stop. This car does not stop. Alright, I think it's... Let's just return to garage briefly. Start fixing the setup a bit. Already see some... Man, the tires are... Like, this thing tears its tires apart. Yeah, I've driven a lap. And I can see already the tires, like, worn down by 0.04. Now, that doesn't sound like much, but, like, when you drive an hour on this... Yeah, Chief, this doesn't sound good. Oh, you can't adjust the brake bias at all. Ha! Interesting. Now that is interesting. You can put ARB in the back. It comes with no ARB in the back. Let's put some ARB in the back. I feel like that can be done. It comes with a bit more for right in the front and rear, but I don't think we quite need that. I'm probably making no oversteer, which is not a great idea. It comes with brake pad type 2. Probably with how these brakes work, I don't think I want to put pad type 1 on there. You can switch the ABS off, or you can have one click more ABS. Also, you have one traction control or no traction control. It might be viable with these cars to actually turn some of these settings off, although I don't think turning ABS off is gonna help you. I don't think the traction control really stepped in too much for me. Pressures though, we probably need an entire PSI on that shit. long do I have? 4 minutes till the server goes live. When is the race session run? I don't. It's actually 8 PM, so the settings I have are probably not that far off actually what we will have on the race server. What might make sense because closing the brake ducts maybe? Keep them open front. Close the rear door. Okay. Well then. I think I just want to fix the perspective now. Because that needs to be fixed. Because I feel like I'm sitting somewhere completely else. Hide a bit down. And forwards for once. Slightly. Right.
Low tire pressure, stay away from curbs.
I mean, with 25 minutes, this thing might still destroy its tires before the end. So that's gonna be interesting. Oh, that's nice. Decent amount of rotation there. Too late on the brakes. The interesting thing is it's just turn 1 basically where the car doesn't get stopped. For most of the other corners you're fine braking where I would expect to brake. Probably because I'm kind of used to driving something that doesn't stop that well. Yeah, I can brake actually later there. It's just interesting the car doesn't stop for turn 1. Okay, now it's having a bit of oversteer there. It's not good considering how tires develop over a stint. Reasonable flasher. Okay, that got stopped. It's actually, I think, time. Because of how slow this car is, you're not getting much in terms of practice laps in prior to the race server going live. Oh well. I think I'm gonna finish this lap though still. I need to brake earlier for this. Still brake at my usual braking spot. I mean, it feels a bit fun, but like I guarantee once I'm getting on the race server, all those aliens are gonna just drain all the fun back out of it. I guarantee of it. Yeah, not many people signed up for the event, but well, enough I would say. is fine. How it handles there. Third gear is now my best friend. Any one car from ACC in real life, which one would you take? I will extend the question. Is it the road car or is it the race car version of those cars? In terms of race car? Difficult decisions. Which car would I take? Difficult one, Is it fine when I select it as TCX, or are they gonna demand of me to select it as... Oh, it lets me right now when he selects officials. Here, mine. Mine shots. Okay, can we find it? Yeah, they said it as TCX. Okay, that makes it easier. Let's do both. Actually, but they just switched in the qualifying, right? Yeah, temperature's a little bit warmer than in practice, but not much. It's gonna be fine. Probably let's step down by like 0.5 or something. Let's go 0.4 down. The pressures. I don't like the. I can definitely say I don't like how the road car version of the McLaren 720S looks. Like that wing missing on the back and how the front splitter looks like does not look particularly great on the road car version.
Low tire pressure, stay clear of the curbs.
I do like it on the race car version, but in part you can understand why they don't have it on the race car version, because in terms of the front splitter, it looks like, well, you wouldn't go over any curb that way, but like, and the rear wing is probably because aerodynamic drag. But the car looks like incomplete for me without those pieces on. Without those pieces, it just yeah, it looks cursed. That's an apt description of the road car 720S. It looks cursed when you're used to the race car version. Yeah, I mean, I do like how the McLaren quite looks otherwise, but it's like not the road car version. I think maybe the Porsche, honestly. I think for both categories even, maybe. Porsche GT3R. But I don't mind particularly. I mean, the difference between the newer version and the older version of the car is not particularly wide. Except that the race car version, the 992, drives a bit better, and obviously it would be newer once it. Out of making sense, it would be a better choice. On the other hand, the writer is quite cool because, you know, it's the writer. Oh, I should have probably given this guy room. That wasn't smart. Well, I think I have some like business owner guy who's like Probably has more... is a good friend with the banks or something along those lines. Okay, I'm passing you now.
Clear on the left.
I think this is better for both of us. Who owns... who drives regularly like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini through the street. Definitely seen... definitely know it's a Lambo because I've walked actually past it while in the industrial area. But yeah, that guy's obnoxious. Because he drives in the lowest gear possible through the 30 zone, and like... you can hear him from multiple blocks away at night at times. I mean, the neon Lambos do look quite nice. I don't quite like how the race car version actually looks. Although the newer version does do a bit... cockpit in it is not particularly that great. I mean, yes, I love the Maserati, but like... the race car version is quite, like, useless, frankly. It's mainly carried by the fact that it has half-decent POP for the most part, still. That's... some reason they BOP'd it quite well. How far am I off the pace? 6/10 right now. I think also it looks kind of dated. The road car vision probably looks a bit better, but the headlights on the ACC Maserati are obviously very strange, honestly. It does give me the opportunity to paint the heterochromia of Nazuna onto it. It's an opportunity that car gives you, because you can paint the headlight, the framing of the headlights, but otherwise they look quite strange. Easiest to drive, if I had to take a GT3, I would probably take 296 and 4, and for GT4 is the Maserati AMG. Yeah, I mean, when you start thinking about practicality of a race car, it's like, because like having a race car is only like a quarter of the costs of the thing. Just running the thing, and the availability of series that you can drive it in is a way bigger factor. And the M2 would probably be actually pretty good because you can just... because you can probably enter in Creventic events and other events like it. With halfway reasonable entry fees.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
Although you would probably drive for something even slower. Or you can even enter it in real line.
Yellow flag, be careful. Slow car ahead.
Oh god, that was too late. That was too late again.
Cut detected.
Not doing so hot anymore. Like a second off the pace right now. Although roughly where I'm supposed to be. I mean, in terms of also like road cars, it comes back again also to practicality, because an M2 is actually a practical car. like the equivalent of this thing you can totally daily drive. M2 or the 2 Series cars, there's like reasonable vehicles. Even an M4 still probably halfway reasonable. Okay, you're slowing down because we have a fast mover behind. Although honestly, you should be faster than me, but like you haven't so far done so. Well, this is kind of the problem. There's some people who are doing like 2-minute or 4s here. I have 2 attempts remaining. Fuel-wise, I'm totally fine. This thing could like sips on fuel. The funny thing is like you mentioned 2 cars that are both the same base car in GT4 and GT3. With the R8 and the AMG both running effectively the same car across classes, Jesus. Oh no! For such a decent lap, and then I get fucking oversteer through there. And there's so many people behind me right now. I have enough time to move over right now and let some guys by, but come on. Can I just have a gap at this point? Yeah, there's a massive gap behind this guy. Come on. Would you kindly? One more attempt. Let's give myself enough room first. Because I have so much room that I can just park. Well, I mean, not actually that old. Because the thing is with the R8 and GT3, that thing has been, like, updated now. Has been given 2 Evo kits. It's literally called the Evo 2 at this point. While the GT4 R8 is probably basically the same as the original non-Evo R8. It's the cousin of that. Man, I need to improve badly right now. I've been really pushed down the order here. Everybody else had been able to improve and I've just not been. That's frustrating. Oh, and then when you start pushing the brakes on this thing and it just doesn't stop anymore.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
And I mean, if they... Although the GT4 it probably is also looking towards an upgrade at this point. I mean, BMW is replacing their M4 GT4 as well. It looks a bit weird when you have 2 GT4 GT M4s and they just look so vastly different. Well, turn on the headlights. I think I'm fine. Thanks. Oh, no improvement, just nothing on there. 2 10s, that's just not enough, unfortunately. Ah, and then hit the rev limits and just Everything just unwinds completely. And you know what? Those 210s are not even gaining me a position at all.
Session is now over.
I gotta love it. Gotta love it when this happens. They didn't even improve the other guys that much. They just moved me like I think 3 tenths down from the last time I checked. It's just everybody else that improved in the back. Yeah, it has the same design as the new M4, so it's just GT3, so it's just like, it looks like shit. You know? Ah, but that sucks. I had like half a second on that lap that I got the oversteer twitch in. Like, that would put me like fucking 4th or something. Along those lines. That's super annoying. There was no reason for that shit, and I just got yeeted again. God damn it. How much fuel am I gonna take? Because again, the fuel numbers got fucking deleted, because of course they get when I switch sessions. Did I get to the current time right now? Stream. Yeah, here, 1.88 was my fuel consumption. Although that could be a bit tainted from all the slow laps that I did. So, we're lapping about 2 minutes per lap. That's actually relatively easy because that's 13 laps plus actually we're not doing a full formation, but let's just calculate with one extra and then like 1.95 liters, and that's about 27 liters. Let's take 35. I'm gonna be more than safe then to get to the end. And it actually looks like I don't have enough camber on the rear left. Rear right has a bit more than needed. Looking at the old tire set. That's technically within reason, but let's just those values a bit. Right, okay. Let's put a fresh set of tires on. That's very bold. I'll put the old qualifying set on again. At least they released this car before they decided to completely butcher their design language. Loading is on. Probably not gonna need anything more. Oh yeah, right, I have already... How stupid am I?
Stay clear of the curbs.
That I'm incapable of getting my car rolling.
Green line, give it all you can.
Do I wanna go side by side here or not? No, I don't think so.
Right. Clear on the right. Car on the left. 3 wide. Clear on the left. All clear. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
I'm technically not clear on the inside
Car on
still.
the left.
Ah!
Left.
Fuck! Oh, that's so bullshit, that physics.
Car on the right.
He did end up getting the advantage out of that, which is at least fun. Fine. Fine. I want to say, not fun. For once.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Because it wasn't his fault, the physics screwed me over bad time there.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Because the guy on the inside was still there and I couldn't close the door on him. So, even after having a bad qualifying, I'm getting in. I'm leaning on the neck, giving him again. At this point, it's getting out of hand. Oh, fucking hell! Whenever you make an overtake with these cars, somebody just sneaks up on you. Like, that's insane. You just try out getting a run on someone and someone else will get a run on you suddenly, and it's just like, what? I remember playing as a kid with like Hot Wheelers and like a similarly sized replica of like a Mercedes DTM car of the era. Quote me quite which generation. I can probably find it still. I have a box, metal box in the back of my room where a bunch of these cars are stored, so it's probably in there. So far I just had no upwards mobility. Gotta love it. I'm 5th in terms of ranking here, so I should be higher up than this. Considering what pace I could do in qualifying. But overtaking with these is actually very difficult. I say, and the guy in front of me dies. Should say something again. Although I did not like how everybody in front of me just teleported a bit. I didn't iterate off that.
Well done, mate. Personal best.
Need to improve my lap times a bit. Probably stay a bit longer than 3rd there. Lifted off the brakes a bit early. She nearly fell asleep just now. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, I definitely thought I was gonna overshoot and hit him. But somehow the car just slowed down just about in time. These trimmers are too chill. I definitely should never stream trying to catch a Phoebus in Pokemon Emerald. Because recently that's what I've been doing, and like playing on my 3DS and stuff, and it's like that shit sends you asleep when you're doing that.
The fastest lap so far.
I'm laying in bed and just doing that, and it's like it starts becoming actually difficult. Because it's a very mind-numbingly tedious activity, because you have to go over every single freaking tile on the river to find those random 6 tiles that contain the bloody fish. And it's not done fishing on each tile at once, because you can't be sure that it's like that you just got unlucky. No, you have to fish like 3 or 4 times to make sure that it's like not there. Yeah, definitely. I definitely should look into it. Like, unfortunately, in some, I should finish my tangent with the Pokemon Emerald and then come back to it. So I start fishing for tiles, and like you have to go for the. You cast the fishing rod. Okay. Use a super rod, because with the other rods you can technically catch things that aren't fibers. So it's more reliable if you just use the super rod. And you only get then Kavanaha, or however you pronounce the name, because I don't have the text right now in front of my eyes and I'm terrible at remembering names to begin with. So that's that. But you only catch those if you don't find the Phoebus tile. So that's fun. So you just keep fishing and fishing and fishing. And you don't need to set an indicator because you want to move to the defensive line. Thing is with Emerald, not just Emerald, but all of the Gen 3 games, is that specific fish Pokemon is just found in a single freaking river on a single route. But it is randomly chosen. It's on one of 6 random tiles. And there's like 400 tiles. So yeah, the tedious part is you cast the Super Rod, but the Super Rod means that you need to go through a mini game where it comes dot 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 dot, and then it says, oh, you caught something, and you need to press the A button in time, and then it goes through that thing again, and then it randomly goes, you have something on the line, and you might have to do that like 5 or 6 times in a row. And let me tell you, it gets quite difficult at playing that mini game. Well, you're just about to pass out from being very sleepy. It becomes very difficult. Because you might just blink right when it comes up, so you miss it. It gets decently difficult, that. So you catch the fish. You notice, oh yeah, it's a freaking Carbonar again. So what do you do? Well, the simplest solution actually is to kill the damn thing. But you do need, on your first party slot, you need a Pokemon that has the ability Suction Cups or Sticky Hold, I think. Are the two. Sticky Hold and Suction Cups. Which there are not that many. The fossil Pokemon that you need to also for completing the Pokedex, because that's what I'm actually doing. I'm trying to do. So, and for which you need Phoebus to evolve it then into a Milotic. So you have that, but those Pokemon are probably not capable of actually dealing with it, with the Kavanaha properly, or probably also too low level in my case, and they for don't have a high enough speed set to actually escape it. So your best choice is to switch to your sweeper and just take the thing out. What has been useful is that I've been just using it to EXP level the others that I need to evolve anyway, so I've been just using it as EXP grinding. Which that's been the thing. So you need to swap over to your fighter, let the turn finish. Your fighter probably gets either hit or debuffed, and then you take the thing out in one hit. Although if you don't use a special attack and you have a attack that makes physical contact, because of Kavanaha has rough skin as its ability, it deals damage back to you. Although if you give leftovers to your fighter, it will heal precisely the amount of damage that it takes through the rough skin back. Although that doesn't happen during that battle, because if you end the battle, leftovers does not get triggered. However, when you switch in, leftovers does get triggered. So, okay. Yeah, to come through that, this is starting to get vaguely tedious, and my ability to keep attention on this is relatively limited. So you need to have a decent attention still to doing it. It's not like trying to like hatch X or something where you can at the same time like watch a video or something, because you're just running in circles. You have to just occasionally interact with the system. Whatever's for position. You have to quite regularly interact with it, and it's especially when you're going for the fishing. But yeah, you need the suction cup and sticky hold Pokemon, because otherwise if you cast your fishing rod, it will just have a like 60 to 70% chance that it will go just like no and not find a fish. I don't know the precise numbers, but like you have to just then cast the fishing rod, it goes nothing bite, cast it again, nothing bite, cast it again, nothing bit, cast again, nothing bit, and then you finally get one. And when you have sticky hold, you basically get like a 95% that something bites. So that makes it like a whole lot easier to suddenly grind. Luckily I found that out relatively early on into the grind. So I didn't subject myself to too much tedium on that front. Right, I mean I'm driving an absolutely shit lap right now.
Losing to the car heading sector 1.
Yeah, you didn't say. But yeah, right, we can actually get back to other games. Finally. I forgot kind of what I precisely wanted to mention. Oh yeah, right, I have a slight issue of like I start up like some games out of my backlog, and then it's like, well, I have played a few hours into it, but it's like it's not worth it like really streaming it at this point anymore. Gotten a few hours into the playthrough, so it's like, why would I start streaming it? Right, it's like it's a bit of a problem at that point. I've been doing a playthrough of Grid. Although it's probably better that I don't stream that one, because I'm getting fed up at that one at times as well. Because I've decided to play it on hard difficulty, and I'm losing a fucking position because I'm a moron. Not a moron, I'm the moron. I would like to clarify. God damn it, that's so fucking frustrating. When everybody just keeps being faster than you. Honestly, these do not provide particularly fun racing, I have to very much admit. They produce incredibly boring racing. I have not seen that before, how boring the racing with these are. Because it's a lot easier to defend with any other card than with this. This is just like, I had no freaking chance against that. But yeah. In terms of games you've mentioned, like, you've, alright, let me catch it up. Video games is annoying, though. Yeah, kind of. I mean, in Minecraft, there's a bit of a... I should stop before I get on a rant of early game food supply in Minecraft. What was that? Can I politely ask? Because I broke completely normal for turn 1. And the car just didn't stop. Holy shit. Maybe I should start a new game from the backlog and stream the whole thing. Me. Oh, not you. I should. Reading comprehension. Yeah, I mean, I have enough games technically to throw out the problem. What I could also stream is 2 other things that I've definitely considered streaming, and that is playing Titanfall 2. Because I do that from time to time. And I would say I'm decent enough to actually not completely embarrass myself doing it. Although I shouldn't say that, considering there's enough people who are similar to this game, very much better than me. And when if the lobby is made out of just those guys, it stops being fun completely. The game becomes absolutely atrocious to play. When I'm like the third or fourth best on the team, it's pretty good matches, but like when I'm either like top fragging and we're losing like half the points to our opponents, that's signs that things are not going too well, but that can be still halfway enjoyable to play. But when you're like absolutely getting dunked on, that's not particularly fun, and it stops being fun. Well, yeah, I can definitely, but there's other things to talk about. What other game? I mean, I still need to finish. I need to finish a bunch of games, and like I start them occasionally. The other thing that I wanted to stream is probably coding, but on the other hand, I'm really damn slow at times of doing stuff. And I like distracting myself, like, probably because I constantly distract myself with things. Maybe that would help, because I can't, like, listen to music. I just have to focus on the code or go on random ramblings, which would be also in that sense productive. But if nobody's watching, like, I would have to just go at that point. And occasionally mumble to myself, and yell at the program why it's not working. The things that I would work technically on would be I need to work further on the save manager, because I have left off where the thing is capable of creating commits, but like it seems to be bugged. Like I committed the same file and it just created a new commit instead of realizing that it's the same freaking file. I think I changed a bit, but like it changed way too much or something like that. It didn't work quite well. So yeah, there's that other thing. So that needs to be fixed, but I also got contacted that someone suggested a new feature for, well, the SimHub OBS plugin. Although working on the OBS plugin while streaming through OBS is interesting. It's definitely an interesting idea. So that there needs to be some. Also, I could work further on the advanced scoring plugin. I've realized that how that thing works could be done a bit better. because there exist libraries already for things that I do in there with my own code, and it's probably better that I use those instead of doing what the hell I'm doing. Effectively, what I'm talking about is that I've seen in the leaderboard plugin that I use for creating the leaderboard that you see on screen on the left. If the leaderboard is up and not my tire display. But yeah, with that that is run with a special leaderboard plugin, and I looked into the code of that to make it, well, work with other games that aren't just ACC. And when I did that, I saw that for the gap calculation he uses some sort of like, I don't know what it's called again, have to look at it, but like he used some pre-provided library that would effectively just take a list of tuples with the track position and the amount of seconds around the lap, and that library would deal with the interpolation between those values. And surprise, surprise, I had written that myself for my delta. I had to entirely write that from scratch, and that was... I'm pretty sure that's not particularly great for performance. Some of I probably will still keep some of the code, but it's a bit strange because I use the delta function effectively also for calculating the average pressure around a lap. I don't view that too often because, well, I have it only set for my own dashboard. It's only displayed when I cross start finish, so its usability is a bit limited because occasionally I'm busy driving over start finish or just not giving a shit. Yeah, I have an average tire pressure display because it writes down every single tick, the tire pressures that ACC reports, and then averages them over the lap. And you do get sometimes very interesting results out of it. But I should probably integrate it with some logging. Oh, that's gonna get spliced. There's some plugin that someone else wrote for like comparing your laps, and maybe I should look into integrating my features into that. Whoa! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! That gold guy was so lucky from that. I think it's fair for me to keep the position on the blue car. I think that is fair enough. Holy hell. But yeah, what happened there basically was, I'm pretty sure the blue guy did not realize that I was alongside the other, not the blue guy, the guy with his green and black car. He didn't realize I was creating a free wide there, and drove across the blue guy, trying to squeeze him. And the blue guy just didn't drive further, obviously, to the right because I was there. And then we had a car spun across all three of us, so that was hilarious. I got away basically with this shit, but the green guy just got freaking launched. That is entertaining, I would say. Obviously not particularly funny for the blue guy, but I think the guy that made the mistake paid the biggest price, and I think we can all be fine after that one. Not quite fair that I got basically away with it, because I was creating the free wide. But then again, I feel like it's possible to do that with these cars. To get away with this shit. Also, in terms of tire deck, I don't feel like these cars are that bad. Although I can probably look at the tire deck afterwards and it's like, yeah, your tires are absolutely toast. Yeah, these are easy to drive. Surprisingly so. Again, remember them as being absolutely horrible. But then again, I also had in this race quite some experience of the brakes not working. I do realize that I missed my braking point that one lap when I was very much caught out by it. Because I broke on the line of curbs that is on the left there, instead of actually the white line that is before that, which aligns with the which aligns with the I can demonstrate it briefly what I'm talking about, with the actual braking marker there. Let me just slow down briefly, because this is the 100 marker that I need to brake before, and I broke before this, which is actually not the curbs. That's just the that's just an access road, and I broke a bit before the access road instead of a bit before the white line, and that's why the brakes didn't work. I do realize now my mistake. It makes sense. Alright, but like I think 7th position I got in the end. That's acceptable, I would say. Don't like. Isn't like revolutionary or anything, but like I would say good enough. It had 6th actually. 6th in the end. That should be good enough. Right, tires at 3, which was the thing that I used in the race. Yeah, they just worn down, but like otherwise they're fine. There's quite a bit of camber drop off on the front right. Front left is fine now. Rear left still has not enough camber. That's interesting. The rear left still didn't have enough camber technically. But it's just fine. The tires have no graining, nothing. They're just fine. Car works okay. I like that. That's nice when a car that doesn't just try to murder its driver after 25 minutes. Granted, it's only 25 minutes of racing, but like, still something. Still something and still fun. Right. I think technically the GT4s are probably about to start after this now. Go back to website. Yeah, GT4 is about to start in 8 minutes. Well, sign up ends in 8 minutes. They're probably about to start in well, yeah, you mentioned I used to play Valorant and CSGO. That isn't great at all. And there's basically ruining my entire floor. Yeah, I definitely get that. Sometimes have that with what's it called? I've played CSGO, but like way back, like fucking so many years ago at this point. I think I've really last played it like in 2016 or something. It's been an odd minute since I last played that game at all, really. So yeah, that's a thing. Man, I don't know why I'd send people to sleep constantly. This is counterproductive for me. I don't know why I have that effect on people. I do know that I like send people to sleep by just head patting them to sleep. But that's a thing. It works very reliable. Right. He's no, I'm not good at that. I just suddenly yell at people. What? Okay, the quiet is actually understandable to some extent. That is actually understandable. Even though I've upped the what are my settings again? I have a gain filter on my microphone of 6.4 dB, Although I have also reduced the volume by like 1.5 a bit to just get it up there, but avoid it constantly peaking. I can't really switch it any higher than it is already without getting peaking regularly. Like if I talk like this, I'm normally here on OBS in the orange area. Occasionally, depending on the word and how I pronounce it, I jump up into red a bit, but I don't hit the end stop. I don't peak completely. I just talk normal. I don't think I can quite go much higher than this. So I can understand that, but my soft voice, I find my voice it's not, it has a hardness to it, but like it is also not like, it's not ultra masculine, but it's also not like soft. It has a certain graveliness. I couldn't pull off a female voice effectively because but also I'm like not deeply manly either. It's in this weird middle ground where I don't quite like it, honestly. Like I'm kind of used to my own voice, but like I don't like it either. And I'm very confused whenever someone says they like it. It's confusing, don't it? Honestly, it's quite more in the quality of the audio than the actual volume. Yeah, I mean, it's like I set it about as high as I can so I can actually understand myself again. But then again, I feel like I have some sort of like disability with my hearing, where I struggle to understand people speaking. I genuinely struggle for some reason. Your voice is soft, but it's also rough. I feel like in that's part of like my accent a bit still being there. It's just a bit roughness. Actually, the races in Suzuka I've just noticed with GT4. Suzuka. Fuck it, we're gonna do GT4. Maserati, we're going GT4. You get one more chance tonight. We're doing GT4. It's Suzuka. With the Maserati. You changed the plans. We've been talking a bit here, but like I've just realized, oh lord, I can do this. This is also a track where the car should be pretty good on. I've said this I think a few times recently, and it's like usually never turns out that way, but fine, we're gonna do it. Maserati gets a chance. No, don't take the Maserati. Applies reverse psychology, posts even more leaked US government documents. Right. Hold on, at some point I need to figure out this car, probably. We'll swap it. Because I've actually signed up for a 6-hour race on the 6th of March, I think. And that's Monza 6 hours. Multi-class. And it starts at 9 PM. And you can, meaning I don't have an issue with having timing conflicts. And also, it allows to solo it. So I'm just like, yes, finally. So I'm just running it, so I can run that event alone. But I didn't sign up with the Maserati. Like, even before the update, that would have been suicide. Like, that's just not gonna happen. But I can definitely do that with I signed up with the KTM Crossbow so far. Because I feel like the update might have brought the KTM crossbow back into the fold. And also, I do remember that car actually working at the as contradictory as it is, that car might work at that track. I have succeeded with the crossbow at Monza of all places. Because it's not too much nerfed in the straight line on that track. So you can actually be half decent with it. Yeah. It was pleasant and relaxing to listen to, and I can understand what you're saying most of the time, so I like it, so okay, most of the time. But yeah, as I said, like I struggle at times to understand normal people. I have my not my OBS, my Discord set to 200% volume for the output, and then I usually up people. Okay, this is oversteering already quite a lot. And then I have also the volume for individual people oftentimes upped additionally, just to have a chance of understanding people. Granted, I am running like my audio settings. I think I up actually the audio output for the stream with more gain than my microphone, which is something, because I've set the audio level on my PC to like 14% or something like that. 14-16% roughly what I'm running for my headset. I feel like that's more than plenty enough, but it's just, it sometimes becomes a struggle to understand people. And especially, I feel like I might need to like turn the overall audio volume up, but like in-game volumes for ACC down, so it makes it more easy to understand people who talk in the background. Definitely in some cases it's the case that people have quiet microphones and they become very difficult to understand over the background noise, but sometimes people just talk, and heck, this stuff happens to me in real life on like a daily basis. This is a ridiculously problematic issue for me in real life, where I struggle with. It's not an English problem. I feel like it might be even more common for me in German. But I do definitely struggle with that, so it's just understanding people sometimes, what they're saying. And it's like, I understand you're saying something, but like it just did not register what it was. It's very confusing to deal with and embarrassing and frustrating, because I do not know how to handle that situation. It feels very embarrassing asking someone. I guess I'm not alone to some extent at that. There's at least one other weird person on the internet that has similar issues to me. Jesus, that's a bit much oversteer. Like, the thing is, I can understand Electro or something like that. That's no problem for me, or listening to a video, like, usually I understand the words easily, but like, in a conversation they just get dropped. And they just get lost completely, not just a processing lag, it just gets lost. And I have no clue. But I also occasionally forget what happened like 5 seconds ago, so that's fun. Like, hey, why am I in this room? Well, that's probably the more common thing, but like, the order of things that I had to do just completely getting messed up, and I don't know. the banana peel ending up on my plate and the banana on the in the waist, something like that along those lines. Or probably more chaotically, just I don't know, something else. 15, Jesus, that's slow. That is horrifically slow. I can say. Holy shit, that is terrible. Right, I need to get on the server very quick. I didn't want that. I wanted the ID, but thanks, because your thing is over that. Multiplayer. We have the car. Select a different livery, but doesn't matter. These guys can't see it anyway. Can't see the livery anyway, so isn't the point. There's a higher likelihood of actually beating someone who sees this livery than the other one. That's fine. So we're just driving with the one that has advertisement for ACC on it.
Green light.
Right. Okay. We did join this time around in time. Same 5th place actually, pace-wise. That's interesting. Maybe consider more rear wing, I think. That much is a bit warmer. Should be fine though, I think. What maybe makes sense is actually lowering the spring rate on the rear. It's a bit of an egregious thing to do, but like, I did that for Kyalami in the wet, and that definitely helped a bit with the car. Also further forward brake bias. Seems like the car wants this since the new update, although you do get flat spots on your front inside tire due to that. So that's interesting stuff to figure out. Don't have values on the tire right now. Well, from those values it indicate that I might have too much camber on the car. Difficult decisions right now. Actually, probably this track is asymmetric. It has both, because of the crossover goes both directions. So it's like it's really difficult to actually set up the camber and stuff for this. And also tire pressure on the Porsche, I remember that you need to actually look at the averages for the lap, otherwise you'd get just completely weird values that just do not represent reality, because tire pressures would change that much throughout a lap, at least on the old Porsche. The 9912, because and the problem now is that we have fucking 3 Porsches. It's not just like, well, which Porsche are you driving? Well, we have the 911 991, we have the 911 991-2, we have the 911 992. And then also we have the 911 991-2 GT Cup car. We have the 911 992 Cup car. We have, what is they also called GT3? I forgot that part. They called for full name Porsche 911 GT 911 991-2 GT3R. In Porsche 911 911 991-2 GT3 Cup car. God damn it. Well, yeah, actually. BMW has only 4 cars, 2 GT3s, 1 GT4, 1 M2. Audi has 4 cars with 3 GT3s and 1 GT4. Ferrari has 3 GT3s. A lot of companies have 2 GT3 cars. MUQU has also 3 cars, but they have 2 GT3s and 1 GT4. What else is like? So yeah, Porsche with their 1 GT4, 2 Cup cars. Actually, Lambo is up there because they also have 2 Cup cars. Lambo has 3 Lamborghinis. They have the same number. Actually, Porsche has 3 GT3s, 1 GT4, and 2 Cup cars. And no, actually, Lambo has 1 less because Lambo has also 2 Cup cars.
Yellow flag, be careful, man.
It's because Porsche has 2 Cup cars. That messes the numbering up. Why did you stop there? Because we're on qualifying. Oh, whatever. So yeah, Porsche has 6 and Lambo has 5 cars. Although if we count the Reiter, then they suddenly have also 6. Which, as far as I know, technically actually started as a Lamborghini project, the Reiter. It is genuinely their first GT3 car. And it was built by Reiter. Which just for some reason got entered then again in like 1 race in 2017 and never again. So it ended up in this game. Or 2018. I think 2017 is the first season that is included in this game. Car does have quite a bit of rotation coming on the brakes here to that corner. Maybe I should up the right height, honestly. Up the front right height a bit. Stabilize the car that way. Not sure this is gonna be a decent lap at all. 11, 12, 13, 14, oof.
Well done, mate. This has been your personal best.
1.8 seconds off. Honestly, not great at all. Previously, I was doing 11s on this track with this car. I think it is actually a GT3 thoroughbred, actually. It's just a very early GT3. It was a 2010 GT3 car, so it's very early on GT3 car. Ah, there's a full second here. Only some time. Yeah, it's this, I think actually a GT3 car, not like the, I think Aston. There's actually a GT2 car. The V12. Well, I think actually that's not a GT. I know the GTE variant of the V12 was a GT2 car originally, similar to also the C6 Corvette. And then definitely the Jag was a GT2 car. Jag was one. Before it got converted into GT3. Right, now that's a bit of an improvement. That's more like it. Although I'm running up against these guys and this is my last attempt. So as long as they don't abandon, I can't really do anything. A bit of time it seems in there still. Although I just dropped it. Just looked it up. Okay. Probably I'm wrong. Then the GT2 rider, okay. Well then. Okay, very wide there. Or rather, the GT2 rider is a descendant of the Rex is a descendant of the GT3, which is a descendant of the GT2. Because I definitely know it is a descendant of the GT3 Lambo. There existed a GT3 Lambo in the early 2000s. Lamborghini Gallardo, early 2010s, that raced a GT3000. That's just abandoned the lap. I'm way down and I don't need to do it. Stepped up, poor guy. I'm allowed to do another run for this corner here. For practice purposes. Although I don't need to really practice a pit entry considering there's no mandatory pit stops in the series. I'm still doing it anyway. 2.56, that's my fuel consumption. Alright then. Switch on to pits and let's see what my tires did. But yeah, tires at 1. Compare this to the qualifying of the M2, that's significantly less wear. Also very balanced, I would say, with how it wore them out. No graining, but I think the session was just too short a bit for that. 2.55 it says for the fuel consumption, that seems to be alright of a number. What were the times in the end done by the fast guys? A 12.5, that's honestly not too fast. It feels very slow, this track. I don't know. Were we on green or something? No, optimum. I don't know. Lap times definitely were slow. For all of us, I would say. I don't know what the rating is actually of the fastest guys here. That's strength of field. 1500, okay. $1,500 there. The fastest guys is 2,600 rating. So he's not that much quicker, I would say, than me. And yeah, that's the guy on pole. And he's driving also a Merc. Oh, I've just realized the top 4 are all Mercs. I'm the only one non-Mercedes up here. I'm the first non-Mercedes. Okay. Or rather, the GT2 and the GT3 LP560 were developed around the same time and raced in 2009. Then there was an upgrade to the LP560 in 2012. The LP600 Plus spec, the LP600 got an upgrade, the GT3 LFL2. Finally, the GT3 FL2 was upgraded to the ACC Rider RAX GT3. So, I knew apparently of probably the GT3 FL2 from just cursory looking over things. That's probably what I knew of it. Because I think I looked it up in the context that some series was they were racing old cars, but they accidentally forgot to add the writer to the lineup of old cars. It is like I was like, wait a second, this is an old car as well, and they're like, oh shit, we forgot that. They were like, yeah, we realized that we forgot that one. A bit of a yikes from us. Alright then, we need to calculate some lap time. How much fuel consumption we need. +2. Memory store. How long is this race again? 30 minutes. I have 1 minute to calculate my fuel. 30 minutes divided by memory recall. We're doing also a full formation lap compared to the other series. That's 14 laps. Let's just take 16, and that was 2.6 liters per lap. That's about 41 liters. Okay, fine. Good. Let's just take 50, I would say. Also, this car doesn't handle too well on low fuel, so let's just take like 155 or something.
30 seconds.
Let's put a fresh set of tires on. Our temperature changed, not much. Tire pressures were fine in qualifying. Tire cambers were also fine. Everything was fine. Start the engine. So, but yeah, the MUQU has been historically completely overpowered on the circuit. So me just getting only beaten by MUQs is actually fucking good. That is actually completely acceptable, this outcome.
Stay single file.
I don't think I actually got demoted in terms of pace any further. So my 6/10 of the word down on the pole sitter is definitely what I'm down in terms of. It's completely fine. If I was still 6/10 down, that's like completely acceptable. I don't think I'm gonna beat these guys, frankly, because the MUQU is just so balanced both performance broken on the circuit that it's like, okay, you're heading off to do some ACC yourself then. Have some fun, man. See you later. But yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna call it after this race as well. I would have otherwise called it earlier after chatting a bit more. But this is just gonna be the end. But I just saw that this was Suzuka, and I'm like, okay, fine. You're gonna get your chance, car. You're gonna get an actual chance here tonight. Not just a fake one at Watkins Glen. I'm sorry. It's just funny. Alright then. That was actually more. I find it a bit annoying that. But I can part understand it that it does register. You can enter your YouTube and Twitch URLs on LFM, and it will show when a driver is live on the entry list, but it doesn't show it when you're streaming over YouTube. It's a bit annoying, but it's just, it is what it is. At the end of the YouTube, I feel like in part I'm kneecapping myself and streaming on YouTube, but I feel like it's actually a pretty decent streaming platform. It's just people for some reason don't quite use it that much. The funny part is actually that I try to like watch Fallen Shadow, and she streams on Twitch, but like I oftentimes just because she streams on Twitch and I'm just not regularly on Twitch, I'm just on YouTube, having like 5 tabs of YouTube open, so I'm more likely to catch someone else's stream on YouTube than I'm on Twitch, but I also don't follow that many people who stream on YouTube, so go figure. I mean, I technically follow Pippa, but like then again, that woman streams at 3 AM my time, so it's like technically I can watch her because I'm still awake at those times, but also those times are like, I'm gonna go to bed, I'm not turning her stream on. So it's like really unfortunate stuff for her. Well, unfortunate stuff for me. It's like I just have to go at low effort clips then afterwards. Right. I should honestly clip my own streams. That's definitely something I need to do more. I've done it like once, but like it's like just doing things repeatedly and having schedules and stuff. That's, I think, the thing that I'm lacking in large part. Besides that, I'm streaming a game that nobody cares about, frankly. They're like, besides my friends, nobody watching. But hey, if you can entertain your friends, that's also good. Right.
Car on the left.
Oh, I forgot to move my brake bias.
Clear on the left.
That was luck. Because that's deadly when you have the wrong brake bias on this car. I should put brake bias adjustment. Oh my fucking dash! Jesus, you're slow. This section. Didn't I go into third? Oh well. Also something that I definitely need to do is actually update my model, because it's... I don't think it looks ugly. I don't hate it. But I did stop personally using it actually. Outside of streams, if there's something, but like, has also other reasons. Right, those guys are messing up with each other. It's gonna get interesting. They're side by side still. But I'm too far back to actually sneak something here. Just look at those mercs going in a straight line. Granted, I did add one click of rear wing to my car in the setup, but still, that's like holy hell how they're just fast in a straight line. In the section that I'm fast here, which is here right now, once they're up to tire temp, they're probably just gonna escape me again. I said the Merc is very overpowered on the circuit. It definitely needs a power nerf, I think, to curb it down to some sort of reasonable level. I didn't quite understand the intentions with their BOP adjustments for the GT4 a few months back, because they did nerf they nerfed the Cayman, which was the thing that was understandable. They buffed the KTM, which is also very understandable. These were two very reasonable and good things. Those were decent. What I don't quite understand, they did quite some fine adjustment on the ballast for Barcelona for some reason. God knows why, and they did actually nerf the Maserati there. But they didn't nerf it at the Glen, they didn't nerf the Merc at the Intercontinental tracks. I don't know, it makes no sense why they just fine adjusted Barcelona, which probably honestly was fine. Maybe they just tested the GT4s only on that track and realized, oh yeah, there's some minor unbalances. Let's just add like 5 kilograms to this car and remove 5 kilograms of that car. Because frankly that's what they did, and I don't think it really makes the Maserati slower or worse. It just is what it is, but like, I have no chance of keeping up with the Mercs in a straight line. They're just gone there. Over the entire rest of the lap, I'm downright faster than them. But once they get on the front stretch, they're just bold from me. The guy in second is really getting held up by that guy in first at times. It's also a rookie driver actually, guy in second. Because this series has eligibility for driving as a rookie driver, similar to the AM2 series. It has a low... There's no minimum license requirement. You just have to be signed up to LFM and completed the permit. And I think it's also called a license technically, but it's like you just need to complete your 5-lap stint and that's it. And as they finally, with I think it was the previous season already, made the requirements, or 2 seasons ago even, made the requirements reasonable finally. Because when I did my LFM permit, like I think August last year, they had it on what was it called, the track Snetterton, and you had to be within 5% of the alien time, and that was absolutely ludicrous. Because the alien time was stupid fast. Like, I cleared it on first try, but like, still, I was not far from actually clearing it.
Well done, mate. Yours all the best.
I said I'm a halfway capable driver, and it's like... And if you're a novice or something, you just can't use LFM due to that. And they just addressed it. I think they upped it to 10%? If not 7.5%, I'm not sure quite. But it is a lot more reasonable, you can actually clear it. I do remember someone grinding for the license permit for like a week in a Discord, and like making 2-paragraph updates, like 3-paragraph updates every single day about it. It was highly interesting, and he gave him at some point his own channel to talk about it, because he went really deep about this, about analyzing his driving and seeing what he can improve. But the fact that he just could clear it is also just like the effort this guy put in, but just why isn't he faster? He should be faster. He's genuinely putting a lot of effort in, but like, I just show up and YOLO it and I'm still faster than that guy. That's not fair. I mean, you probably put like an hour or 2 per day in, really, and spent like half an hour writing his text. Because he's a reasonable adult to his like normal life. I got oversteer there. But yeah, still, it's reinforces that there's just some people just have pace and some people just don't. And it sucks. Oh fuck, that's the first. Actually lost some time now. I'm just like, I'm matching them sort of. But I think in clean pace they would be faster than me, both of them. And it's not bad on them that they are slower through this section, it's just their car is not as fast as mine for this section here. My car excels there. So them losing time there is just completely normal. Although I'm probably definitely messing with their brain that there's a Maserati right behind them. Being like, hello there. Although I'm not there when it actually matters, so they probably don't even see me in the rearview mirror because they're focusing on the apexes.
On the left. Clear on the left.
Although, when I suddenly am there... How long is actually left in this race? Well, we aren't even halfway yet. Hell. And yeah, I should definitely not overdrive the car. Someone pinged me. Him. Have to see afterwards, after we're done with this race. It's a very enjoyable drive. So far at least. On the other hand, these guys are like not that high rated either. Just a gold driver here with like 400 more rating than me sitting on first. That's not that much more. Driving a completely overpowered car on this track. On the other hand, so. But it feels definitely. I don't understand why lap times would go massively down on this track. Like this. It doesn't quite make sense to me. Oh, I think the guy in front of us might have expiring tires, but we have to check that. Because that oversteer might also be just induced from the curb, but... that was quite sideways there, my friend. Although I shouldn't say too much. That oversteer is a bit suspicious. They do have a decent gap actually to P3, so that's something. They're quite fast through this high-speed corner here. They definitely have decent sets on this car. They know what they're doing in some ways. Well, the car just does that corner relatively well. Considering how much understeer it can have on some days.
Falling behind the car in front in sector 2. Well done, mate. Personal fastest lap.
Problem is, from this point onward, they are faster than me, basically, for the rest of the lap. Ooh, that's a bit wide. Yeah, that was track limits, fair enough.
You're halfway through, keep pushing.
Only halfway. I think part of the problem is that these two are dragging each other along. Maybe would have a bit of an easier time if Alvis wasn't in the slipstream of the other guy. But I don't know. Maybe it's also a bit easier because because he's putting pressure on the other guy as well, and I'm not capable of. He's definitely not quite feeling pressured from me. Because he's definitely not throwing any defenses at me so far. Oh, that's a bit of a wide line there from both of them. Probably the closest I've been in a while. Need to be careful with turn 1 braking.
Gaining on the driver ahead in sector 3. Well done, mate. Personal fastest lap.
Oh, that was messed up from me. Got oversteered there where I didn't need it. Otherwise I would have totally gone for the dive there. Because you can pass there, I've done it multiple times in the past. It's a bit of a harakiri move, like, in Japan. And I'm pretty sure anyone who can speak the language would have just committed suicide from that one. Well, I don't even know if it's Japanese, that phrase. I think it is, but like... I don't know if it's... not verified. And this time around we're definitely a bit further back. Ooh! This car's willingness to suddenly snap oversteer has been definitely increased in 1.9. That is for sure, no questions asked. It's a bit odd because the boat is definitely, I feels more containable, but like, the Maserati now acts more like the boat on that aspect. The boat used to just suddenly snap oversteer on you and drop a bunch of time. Well, the Maserati now does that to you. In some ways it's a bit more reasonable, but like, well, it's a bit unfortunate, you could say. All a bit unfortunate is the gap going up. Although those two are so closely glued together. And we're just under 10 minutes to go at this point. Maybe we will see something interesting happen here. But it's probably gonna be the closest opportunity that I will have. I mean, the third place is still great. I mean, he might be a rookie driver, but I think he's someone who comes with relatively decent experience into here. Well, why he's been so far racing really cleanly, and please don't murder the guy just now, okay? I mean, I would like the positions, please, but like, I wouldn't have anything against winning an LFM race, but I don't want you to immediately, I don't want the commentator to curse you. Immediately being proven wrong along those lines. I'd like that. I want you to continue with your impressive performance here tonight. Even if it means for me to not finish up as high as possible. Particularly good exit. I was already quite a bit behind. So yeah, I think they're gonna do another mid-12er. No, they did a 13. I was actually not far off them. But I think my tires might be packing up here. Well, I think with those guys, they are just busy with each other now. I could complain that it's again another case of like, I'm so close but yet so far. At some point I need to accept that this is just gonna constantly happen, where life is just like dangling keys in front of me. Be like, look, do you want this, do you want this, do you want this, and then just pull it away. And it's been just the entire fucking theme, and I'm... It's definitely slipping away right now, that's for sure. They've ramped up their pace, and I think mine is just ramping down at this point. Because I'm losing more and more ground to them. I have a few more laps. It's not been particularly the most riveting race, but like no vertics whatsoever happening in it, besides the first lap. Being involved with a battle of like two mercs is kind of quite annoying, considering you just cannot do shit about it. It's the Maserati. You just have the pace on the straight line and you're just there twiddling your thumbs being like, yeah. Oh great. I've even less stop. Shouldn't have moved the brake bars forward for that corner.
Losing to the car ahead in sector 1.
Okay, shut up. Oh, it's interesting actually, because I should be faster than in Sector 1. Come on, could you give me a second wind, car? And last hurrah. I'd like to see that. I am driving this car right at the ragged edge of performance. You cannot really push it any further. I feel like the Maserati might have actually become more difficult to drive since the most recent update. I think that is definitely the case. Demands a lot more from you as a driver to just drive smoothly for the most part. We have 2 laps to go at this point. Slight inroads made last time around. Considering those two went side by side that lap, that's not much lost actually for them. It would be a big loss if they end up side by side in this section. They're already slow enough in it. Click back there, that corner for the final time. Okay, I did not need you to do the same twitch that the fucking MUQU did in front. That would have been such a decent run then. I don't think it would have made that much of a difference, but like, hey, it's still... it's something. Split second where I didn't need to. If you're gonna make a mistake in this section, I'm gonna profiteer of it immediately. Fortunately not close enough to make an attempt here. Well, the other MUQU is wide, but you can run relatively fast out of the corner if you run wide. That was not necessary. That was not necessary. Let's see, are they gonna take each other out for the final chicane? Surely not. Oh, God, I can't fucking see there. Nope. Stay clean for the entire race. Now it's a bit of a drag race, but it's already decided at this point. Yeah, just not quite enough in the end. But yeah, I mean, we were the fastest cars of those that didn't drive a car that straight up cheats effectively on the circuit. Shouldn't probably burn my tires when I want to analyze them. But frankly, this is good enough, I would suppose. You shouldn't be completely destroyed from that. Cursor. How's tires at 2 looking? Light graining rear tires. Didn't really feel it, honestly. There's a bit of a drop between the inside of the tire and the outside. So you can probably lower the cam on, frankly, all the wheels at this point. Otherwise the setup is completely fine. I mean, I've definitely demonstrated you can drive this. For the half an hour at least. Although driving the full hour probably would just... yeah, that would not be fun. Most likely. Yeah. People are filtering out before the event has really finished, because there's 2 cars still not in the finish. Look great, lol. Connection lost. Should have probably still gone out, but whatever. Come on. Keyboard, please, for fuck's sakes. If you can take my cursor away, would you kindly at least let me iterate down? Okay. Hold on, let's quit the server. Okay, if I wanted to perhaps look at the replay a bit. Oh, my thumb actually hurts, my left thumb. Top side of it. Gallery. We need to look at some replays, I would say. So we had the... and let's briefly look at the race. It was a disaster. What happened at the start there? Again, because the first start I again don't have. That MUQU gets hit a bit. Oh, there's Carnage already. So there must have been like, oh god, how many cars are there? Jesus Christ. So who caused this pile up here? Okay, there's already carnage. There's a... Okay, the Ferrari actually is not at fault. It started. That started so early on. Jesus, when... This McLaren here is involved. Oh yeah, I understand who it is. Just drives across everyone. I think in part, although, as I noticed with the M2 race, if you have two cars connecting with each other, they just straighten each other out and you just get sent. That's part of the problem. He didn't really have a choice there. And he can't really, like, go left because there are cars there. So it's just, like, unfortunate. He's loose, connects the Lambo there. He gets unsettled again, but I guess he escapes, actually, this carnage. There's a few more bump runs here up the hill, but otherwise it's finally fucking clear at this point. Like, holy shit, like, just look at this stuff. It's like, how do you guys not... Yeah, I mean, there's... Like, what are you doing, Porsche driver? Genuinely, what the hell are you doing? Like, yeah, you're seeing carnage here. But, like, you have two cars there. Why are you following the left line? Everything is dead on the right. It's clear, and you just don't fucking go there. Because these guys have to rejoin. I mean, he could have been slower, but also he kind of has to at this rate. And, like, you got slowed down and now nearly eliminated two other cars. Come on. It's a bit silly. But yeah, that effectively started the entire chain reaction effectively. Let's pause this, right? Because we have to go back. So we know where the Ferrari comes from. Let's watch from here a bit. So there gets a MUQU hit, he cuts over the cross, it's fine. And then there's a Lambo in the middle of the track. Like, first car hits it, next car, boom. MUQU hits that one. The Lambo gets flipped, the track is just blocked with cars. And there's a MUQU behind that hits them again. There's a Maserati throwing himself through the barrier. Cars. Oh yeah, there was more carnage because the GT4s messed up there at the start. I just went like, well, I'm just gonna cut there, and I see stuff going up there, and I'm just like, no. I just park up and wait for everybody to sort their shit out. I ain't dealing with this fucking bullshit at this point anymore, frankly. Yeah, the GT4s broke a bit late, I think, especially that Audi. So that causes carnage in the GT4 field, and that's what sends, I think that's Serpanic's Porsche around. And then a... How did the Lambo spin the... I think that's Silly's. Okay, so... This is the front of the GT4 field. Brakes way too late, honestly. That was something that I saw on the previous start. Apparently no one learned anything out of it. So, he gets hit by one of the Cayman Porsches and then I mean, he wasn't at fault for the Cayman Porsche, but like, he seemingly didn't put anything in to stop getting spun there. Yeah, he just keeps turning right. And he should just realize there are cars right there, and he should just... I know there's the Audi there, right, but like... You kind of need to open the steering at this point, because you frankly just about to end like this, right, facing the wrong way. Luckily you're at the back of the field, so there's nothing else coming for you, but like... Where am I? Okay, yeah, the Ferrari had actually the same idea as me. Just park and wait for the shit show to end. Yeah, he gets hit a bit from behind. And he just sees this being an absolute shit mess and just parks. And I just park as well. We both had the same idea. And I jumped earlier on the idea that this was clear. I think he's not using a clutch considering how he pulled off there. Right. But let's see what actually happened to end my race. Frankly. The MUQU that just suddenly stood in the middle of the track. Also, technically, we can complain about all the GT3s overtaking me in this section because so the MUQU has lost it here. Spins, comes stationary, right? Spins his car around. And by the time we arrived, he was just about to pull away when I hit him again. It was just, I couldn't turn like the MUQU, I just hit him. Broadside. And oh, now I get it. Oh, this explains what happens afterwards, why I spun. Because a Porsche was like, I cannot make a position here, and it just fucking crashes me out. I'm not paying too much attention here, right, to the gaps, but like... The problem is I was not too much paying attention because my race was done at this point. I was just fucking done with this shit. Where am I driving? I guess I'm going slightly right, but not much. I'm for the most part holding my line here, frankly. I think the Ferrari is closing the door a bit because he knows what the fuck is about to happen in terms of him getting just passed by this Porsche. No, I think the Ferrari is also not knows what's just about to happen. No one knew, effectively. I think neither of us actually knew what the fuck was about to happen in terms of this Porsche suddenly deciding to make a free wide. Luckily, the Ferrari escaped this shit show. The Porsche, unfortunately, also escaped it because, frankly, he didn't deserve that. That guy should have been slammed into a wall, considering how utterly fucking bonkersly stupid that idea was. Let's just say, wait, wrong direction. It's a very tight squeeze, and the problem is just, it's not there quite. The gap just was about to close because of the Ferrari. Looking at it, I think I didn't make a mistake. I had no clue there was a Porsche there the entire time, because I was just trying to get fucking going, frankly, to get off the track. Yeah, that explains what happened to my race. I mean, I could look at the spin, but like, whatever. That was just a spin, which seems to be the snap oversteer this car now regularly produces. Barcelona race? Yeah, that was the large contact that was at the... I think this lap here? Yeah, it's this lap. White car had messed... White and blue car had messed up. This car kind of sick, not gonna lie. So I'm on the right. I actually don't have that much overlap, but like... Jesus, that's sinned. I didn't have that much. How high these cars are, you barely see actually. But yeah, the blue cars, the white and blue cars are aware that I'm there. So he's not moving at all, but the fucking green car wants to move him over. And I would have probably not completed the pass in the braking zone now. Like, looking at this thing right now. I only was able because the blue car slammed on the brakes and because he saw it first that there was contact. Because he saw the contact here and I saw the contact here. This was about the point when I became aware that their shit was about to hit the fan. Holy frickin'. But yeah, the green car clearly not aware. Oh, he actually got tagged. I didn't notice that. Holy shit. He actually got hit by the... Yeah, he got clipped. Holy shit, he just got clipped by the guy. Luckily the guy didn't get clipped by him. Because that could have fucked him up completely. Just about escaping that one. Yeah, he just is drifting right, and probably his radar is not showing me up. Although I think it should probably still show me just about in faint. You should faintly see me on the right. It's just, if you squeeze a guy when you're like that in front, it's can end very badly. You know? The idea is sound, but like, when you get sent to the shadow realm due to this, it's... Where did he actually end up then? So he lost, obviously, the position to us two, then another 2 positions. Except if he loses more positions. Let's just see. Well, this guy is a bit second hand, like I say, but like he still seems to finish with that. Which is fine. Yes. You can definitely say a case of like you play stupid games and unfortunately win stupid prizes. Oh, no, the stupidity of that is a medium, you could say. So, but looking at this current formation here just before the first contact is made, I would have a difficult time passing these two. It really depends, obviously, when both of them break. If the guy on the inside breaks quite late and the other guy is not in a position to make a cutback, I don't think I have room on the outside to really go for it, and they are probably gonna outbrake me to the extent that I would drop behind them. But maybe if they outbrake each other enough, then I could go for the cutback compared to them. But probably that wouldn't work out in the end, because they would still just be there. But that's all if... Because the reality of things is... What actually happened, and that was the contact. Yeah, from my perspective, like when you look from here, it looks kind of like he might get away with it. I mean, on my replay, technically like it took like a second for the contact to actually, for a split second for the contact to register, because I mean, yeah, he's slipping through the car front, but like the physics actually took a second up to realize, like, hold on a second, there was contact. Also, just noticed, like, my car has those fancy lights in the front. Let me just rewind a bit. It's about close. Looks better. Yeah, there it is. Doesn't it look cool, my car? Do we have a bit of a camera for you to view my car? God. How nauseating is this? Well, honestly, not too badly, I would say. Because it's my head controlling it. It's a rear view camera. It's a bit recessed into the ceiling there. Or is it the track side? Right. So that replay done. I think honestly with the Suzuka replay there's not much to look at, unfortunately. It was for the most part an intense but uneventful race. Which in some ways is a good thing. I mean, we can definitely still look at the start here. Yeah, right, we lost one of the Mercs because he didn't make it back to the grid after having spun. But we did start the formation with this guy. Here before the formation lap ends. Oh yeah, he ends up. Skip too much. Come on, give me the point. Yeah, he's gambling it way too much. It wasn't actually that cold. It was like 36 track temp, I think. So what he's doing is completely unnecessary. Just hold your brakes and honestly get enough temp. Just this is the consequence kind of his actions. So, right, spin yourself around. He's getting good. You can drive through these people. Go on. And hit the wall back. And now he has to charge. Because he has to catch up with... He has to catch the 26... Within 30 seconds up to his position again. He's driving, but it's like... He has to slow down obviously for the hairpin here and then just gets teleported because he just ran out of time. Oh, that sucks. That's the explanation of what happened there. Let's get back to us for the start. Lukas right behind the other one. But oh yeah, the race leader stumped on the brakes. What? What the fuck happened there? The guy went on the brakes. Yeah, he brakes just before the start. He must have just been just about speeding. Yeah, oh yeah, he just taps the brakes. Holy shit. Okay, is it 70? 70? Oh yeah, he went just briefly up to like 72, just before the start. He had jumped. He went up to like 72. And immediately slammed the brakes just as it went green. He was really lucky to actually get away with not getting a penalty for jump start. Because he technically jumped the start by like 2 kilometers per hour. But because he slammed the brakes, he got away with it. Just about. And there I am. Just very closely following him. And cycling my way past the other MUQU that's... And for the rest of the race didn't really make much of a reply for this. Just look at it, like, I skip 2 laps at a time and it's like, we're just escaping further and further down the road. He just can't, well, he seems like he picked up some damage there. He has a little MUQU behind, so let's see what happened there to inflict damage. I guess, yeah, they argy-bargy at some point. There wasn't fighting apparently further down, but like for us up here there wasn't much. There's the lap where I'm actually really close here. So probably this one. No, I don't think quite. No, I think it's actually this lap where I make my attempt. Under the most charitable conditions you can do an attempt. Unfortunately, I get oversteer here. If it hadn't oversteered, I would have perhaps gotten my wheel alongside him. Although I'm not sure if he actually would have. He probably would have kept it around the outside and driven away from me again. So I don't think I would have been able to complete the pass, but yeah, there's a definite. That was as close as I got to anything. Fortunately. Although I put some really good lap, the last 2 laps were really good, it just wasn't quite enough. And these guys kept it clean and well played for them. Yeah, driver. The port. I think the golds with like 2,600 rating and me. Bronze plus with like 2,300 at this point probably. We can now check. Yeah, of course. You got no negative ELO in 6 consecutive races. Oh wow, that's actually fucking impressive. 45 ELO and 29 ELO for Catalonia. 0.22 safety rating for Suzuka, 0.17 for Catalonia, which balances out the 1 round finally that I gained actually negative ELO safety rating, so that's good. Actually, wait a second. The guy that won is not the highest rated driver in the field. I've just realized I didn't fucking check this correctly. That was the MUQU that I think got screwed himself over after qualifying. No, that wasn't him either. That's Christian Pereira, and he finished P7. He's the 3rd fastest. But the fastest was Roman Freyman. He finished 8th. Chubby Panda finished 4th. It's finished 6th. He's the 4th fastest. And Jolly Mai finished 2nd. He was finished 5th. He's the 2nd fastest. George Alves is. He wasn't even rated yet. He was a rookie driver, but like he was classified as he's classified as like the 6th. He got car number 6, which would indicate where his safety average, where his rating roughly is. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, I'm now over 2,333 32 elo in that sense. My profile page. There's my ranking again here. That's on top here, right? Still bronze plus for the strong requirement again for silver. 25 ranked races and safety rating higher than 5.0. I technically right now fulfill. I don't fulfill the requirements actually for gold. I need 2,500 elo. I obviously have not 50 races. That's the one requirement that's lacking in silver still. But I have 6.5 safety rating just now. Silver, you need at least 1,700, which I'm slightly over. I would actually fulfill requirement for silver plus, which increases the elo requirement to 2,000, which I definitely clear easily. And 25 ranked races and elo. How far am I off that? Starts ranked races 17. I mean, last week or so I've definitely increased that by a lot. Pretty obviously. So there's that. I mean, my elo rating development is just like stonks. Actually, yeah, I improved by like 400 over the last week. I started at like on the 17th. I started with like 1,959. I'm now at 2,300. Safety rating, I started at 6.29 and I'm now at 6.5 despite having an escapade downwards briefly. Due to my mainly track limits actually around. Track limits and a bit of mediocre driving. Oh, it was like actually contacting me for the results of his Ferrari escapade. Fish. Oh, that's interesting. Didn't read that. 5-minute race. It's okay then. friendly. Alright, that kitten. So, let's see, get off ACC and... What time is it? Oh, it's just after midnight. Gosh, I need to go to bed. I've been racing a 1 minute tonight. Because it started like 8 PM, so it's been like 4 hours I've been at this. I mean, I participated in effectively 3 races, so it's like... Did do some racing tonight. Right. Okay then. Come on. So. Okay then. I would say good night. Bye bye.